the combine and all these tentpole events, it really gets us through. Everybody says, wow, you talk about the Bills, it's like major. Yeah.
You have a show every single day?
Yeah. And we got lots of content. We got lots of cool stuff to talk about. And lots of people want to talk about it. I know most of us are like up to our necks in drafts. I'm ready. I mean, we all know the name. We all have had time to pick our guy. So, yeah, I'm 39. We got to do another show before the draft.
I can't believe you guys are going to be on the air tomorrow leading up to the draft.
So, yeah, I'm ready for it. But it's been good too. I like it. I like doing it because it's fun to hear and see what you know about the guy when they pick it because of the work you've done.
Chris Brown will be back in this seat tomorrow. I'm excited to hear his takes as tomorrow is draft day. But once we get this close to the NFL draft, you have all these analysts who are respected by a lot amongst the NFL release what they're hearing from all 32 teams, from anonymous NFL execs and coaches and scouts. And there's a lot to chew on in some of these articles, Steve. It's been fun to watch the Twitter timeline today, the X timeline, as every other tweet seems to be some rumors out there, or this NFL analyst is saying this, the final mock drafts are being released. Like, give it all to me. I will read through everything.
I agree. And some of it too, we've seen this happen in the past where guys start to like Shedeur Sanders is the topic of the day. Somebody, said something really bad about his personal interview. Some anonymous assistant coach on some anonymous team who said something horrific about Shedeur Sanders that we're all supposed to say, wow, I don't like him anymore. Right. Not so much because you hear that stuff and some of it's just plain not true.
You're so spoiled.
I said it. We had this campfire meeting there. We had all these guys, all the office workers were in there. I mean, listen, I go, you bet the guy who said that
wants it.
They're going to pick it. They're going to pick it. It's the same thing where teams put out videos or you can bet like tonight or tomorrow, something's going to come out about one of the top players about like something bad, like they committed a crime or an assault or their girlfriend's mad at whatever, something worse than that. Laramie Tunsil comes in. You remember that somebody put out a video of Laramie Tunsil in a gas mask smoking weed with a gas mask. And now it's like, and he fell. And, now the guy's, a Hall of Fame type caliber back, left tackle. Mm-hmm. The guy's unbelievable. His reputation is stellar. He's a dude. So they'll do it. They'll do it.
Teams will do anything for the guy they want in the first round.
John Butler, former Buffalo Bills general manager, he would come out and they'd have this big luncheon where the media would come in and talk to John about the draft coming up. It was a live thing. It wasn't recorded or streamed, back in the day. And they would all talk to him about, hey, what about this guy? What about this guy? And John would talk about all these guys. He would never talk about the guy they actually took. Never. They never spoke his name. Just in passing. Never spoke. That's the way it works. They don't want anybody to know.
Interesting.
So when they get some assistant coach coming out saying it's the worst personal interview he's ever seen with Shedeur Sanders, I don't know.
Blah, blah,
I don't know.
Smoke and mirrors time, baby. Well, we've got a jam-packed show today because coming up at about 1:20, running back Ray Davis is going to join us here in the studio. We had a bunch of members from our video team go out and follow him in California. That's going to be part of an embedded episode that's released tonight. It's going to be an awesome episode that covers a lot of our players in the offseason, what they were up to, who they were seeing, what they were doing, and a lot in the lead up to this NFL draft. So that's coming up at 1:20. At 2 o'clock, we will dive into mock draft watch. I'm going to tell you who the favorite position groups were, the favorite players were being mocked to Buffalo at number 30, and then tell you a couple of my favorite names in the first, second, and third rounds. And then we've got a topic for you today as well. What would be the ideal scenario for the Bills in the 2025 draft? We want to know your thoughts, so you can tweet at us or give us a call at 803-0550. But let's get into the Around the NFL. It's presented by Kaleida Health, the official healthcare system of the Buffalo Bills, because there's just a lot happening right now, as we said. And it starts off with, let me try and pull this up. It starts off with the fact that you already spoke about it, Shedeur Sanders. Several several people have things to say about this quarterback, and some of it is nice and some of it is not so nice. And the not so nice part is the part that's been all over social media this morning. And this comes from an article by NFL Network insider Tom Pelissero. He released the article yesterday or this morning. I can't remember what it was, but he ranked the top 18 quarterback prospects. And it wasn't by watching tape. It wasn't by going to every single pro day to watch these guys. It was what NFL execs, scouts, and coaches had to say about the quarterbacks in this year's draft class. So I want to go through and run down where these guys land. And his top 5 look like this. Cam Ward from Miami is number 1. Shedeur Sanders from Colorado is number 2. Jackson Dart from Mississippi is number 3. Jalen Milroe from Alabama, number 4. Tyler Shuck from Louisville is number 5. What everyone is discussing out of this article are some of these quotes. Now, there are positives and negatives to each quarterback, and it's how you see that quarterback. Teams may love a guy, teams may not like a guy. It depends on how you see that quarterback fitting into your building, whether that's in the first round, the third round, or beyond. So we're going to get into this a little bit more later, but Ray Davis is here right now, so we want to bring him in right now and discuss his offseason, what he's been up to, and the fact that we have an awesome series called Embedded coming out tonight. It's premiering on BuffaloBills.com and on our Bills YouTube channel. And some of the scenes that you can see in this Embedded episode, which is about 48 minutes long because it's jam-packed with so much, is Josh Allen at the NFL Honors, Brandon Beane at the Combine, some of the free agent signings, including Joey Bosa being in the building, and then re-signing some of our homegrown talent in Khalil and Terrell, Greg Rousseau, Christian Benford.
Yeah, they go on the road. They go back to Iowa with Spencer Brown, Ray Davis in San Francisco back at his own little middle school that he was at. A lot of fun stuff in this, and we're kind of playing this first segment of the show a little bit by ear because Ray's going to come in here in a couple of minutes. We'll have him in here with us in the studio. But the embedded stuff is really a lot of fun for people who really are into the players that are on the team now and last year and got a chance to get to know them a little better. It's a lot of fun to go out and stream it and watch it.
And our video team does a great job of taking a lot of their off season, the early part of the off season when a lot of people escape and take some time off. Their time off is going on the road with a lot of these players to discover who they are in their hometowns, which I think is when you get the best sense and feel for who our players are as human beings, how they were raised, their great families that bring them up, their friends that have watched them since they were in Pee Wee football. And you get these awesome stories from these guys. So we're excited to have Ray on with us. He's actually going to do something first, and then he's going to come on with us. So sorry for bouncing around today. We've got a lot of moving parts in this show. So we'll get back to what we were talking about originally, which was the news of the day. And
the stuff about Shedeur Sanders. And
so I wanted to read the quote that you had alluded to earlier, but it's from one longtime NFL assistant coach. This is on his time with Sanders, and the quote goes, "The worst formal interview I've ever been in my life. He's so entitled. He takes unnecessary sacks. He never plays on time. He has horrible body language. He blames his teammates. But the biggest thing is he's not that good." This grinds my gears because, Steve, we were in this place about a year ago, a little over a year ago almost a year ago, I should say. I'm forgetting my timeline. When Josh Allen, some anonymous NFL source, said that he was overrated.
Well, they put it out there. It was a thing they did to they put out to 100 players in the NFL, and they said, who's the most overrated guy? Well, the most highly rated guy in the league was Josh, who didn't win the MVP, and the only guy that any of them knew was Josh. So they all said Josh. Well, not all of them. 13 of them said Josh. So they all had, 87 guys had different opinion than they thought about Josh. So, you're right. We're kind of a victim of the current moment.
It was the Jeremy Fowler article, and it said, immense talent, but he makes a lot of mistakes. He's underdeveloped at winning at the line of scrimmage, tends to lock on to targets, more of a thrower than a precise passer, forces throws into traffic. And then what did Josh Allen do that year? Josh Allen went on to win the MVP. So I don't like when execs decide to do this and they don't put their name next to it. If you have an opinion about a player, put your name next to it.
Well, that's the thing, too. This assistant coach, I guess it said an NFC assistant coach, he won't say that to anybody unless he and he says, I'll tell you the truth, but you don't put my name on it because I don't want our information to get out there and I don't want them to know what our team thinks about it. So they don't get the information unless they agree to keep it anonymous. This is a Jeremy Fowler piece that was put out there. So I get all of that. And sometimes if you want the real truth, you've got to tell them they'll do it anonymously.
I just think it's an easy way to get off the hook.
It is an easy way
I don't
to
like when you don't tie your name to something. If you're going to say it, tie your name to it. And I know this is the only way that you're going to get these types of quotes if you can do it anonymously, but why try and stick your hand into something that's messy and continue and you mess it up yourself?
Well,
this is
I'll
a
say
player's
this.
future
I
on
don't
the
have-
line.
And I know this triggers a lot of people in our end of the business are like just up in arms over somebody saying this about a player. This doesn't bother me at all. Whether it's true or not, whether the guy's either blowing a smoke screen for Jeremy Fowler, I think it's Jeremy Fowler.
It was Tom Pelissero.
Tom Pelissero. I'm sorry, not Jeremy Fowler. It was Tom Pelissero. Whether they're throwing a smoke screen at Tom Pelissero, whether the guy's a relationship with Pelissero and says, hey, I want you to put this out anonymously. And this is and Pelissero did it because he owes the guy. Stuff like that happens. This doesn't trigger me at all like it does some people because for most part, I grew up in a locker room and I've heard coaches talk about players and I've heard players talk about players. You better have some thick skin. Shedeur Sanders, and I'll say this too, Deion Sanders, his dad, and everybody's all this nepotism thing about, Shedeur would never been a good enough player. I don't know about all that. I know this. Deion's seen it before. He's like, well, Shedeur, don't worry about that. Somebody's always Shedeur should know somebody's going to knock him over.
Right.
That's part of what you sign up for as a pro athlete. You're in the public eye. And in the day and age in which we live, nobody is unscathed on social media. So this is just a draft day story that we'll talk about in 10 years. And whether it was true or not, this doesn't bother me. Unfortunately, I'm jaded to this kind of world we live in our end of the business where people say stuff like that just to get clicks.
That's true.
And let's face it, Tom Pelissero didn't lead the story with the stuff about Tyler Shuck.
No.
Nobody knows who Tyler Shuck is. He's the fifth best quarterback in his class from Louisville. Yeah. We talked about him for a heartbeat. They're going to talk about the guy, and they're going to put something out there that gets clicks. And this is certainly inflammatory. So people, if you want the truth, you got to hide the source. Whether this is the truth or not is still in question. And I don't think Tom Pelissero dreamed this up. I'm sure he got told this point blank.
No, that would be so bad.
But that's the way of the business. I feel bad for Shedeur having to sit there now. He's got to live through this. And this is going to be the topic of conversation even tomorrow night when he's sitting in the green room in Green Bay with all those people, with all the other guys. This is what you got to put up with. Yeah, I get it. Everybody's up in arms. How could a guy say that anonymously and be that inflammatory? Listen, whoever this NFC assistant coach is, You don't have to. I'm telling you the truth. You don't have to print it. It's not his decision to put it in print. It's not his decision. But if you want the truth, and I'm not gonna tell it to you. You can't attribute it to me because I don't want my team to pay a price for it. I'll tell it to you, but you can't bring it back on us. Now you can do it the way you want, but don't link us to it because we got a draft to do. We got a $1 billion entity here trying to draft, and we're the defending champions. Maybe it's a Philadelphia Eagle guy. Probably not, but you know what I'm saying? So I'll tell you the truth if you want it, because you guys are all clamoring for the real truth. I'll give it to you, but don't, you can do it the way you want. Now everybody's up in arms because they actually have opinions about these guys. Well, not everybody likes Shedeur Sanders. Not everybody likes Abdul Carter, and this guy Maxwell Hairston that's been mocked to the Bills, or, Kenneth Grant. A lot of people don't like these kids. They're everywhere. So you got to live with it. I know it's wrong that this Shedeur Sanders now on the spotlight. He didn't ask for it. But if you want the truth about what people really think, if you go behind the curtain in the NFL, there's some very unflattering evaluations for these players. Very unflattering. So I get it. We still don't even know if this is true. If the assistant coach actually thinks this, or whether this NFC team is the number 3 pick of the draft and they're waiting for Shedeur. That's the truth. So I get it. I mean, it's fun. But it's clickbait.
It makes me so mad. And you know what? I hope happens? I hope Shedeur Sanders goes out and proves everybody wrong. I hope you have the best rookie season. I hope you get into a starting role early and you show everybody what you can do at the NFL level. You show off your athleticism. You show off your leadership in that locker room, and you improve on the things that you need to improve upon. That's what I hope for the kid after reading some of these quotes.
I hope, I do too. I hope he turns out to be the guy that his dad thinks he is. I know Deion's very proud of him. I hope he turns out to be that guy for his sake. I'm totally with you, man. I don't want to cheer against these guys.
Right.
Nobody wants to do that. Give me some guys I can get behind.
Tomorrow night and this weekend is one of the biggest moments of these young men's lives, and I think that should be celebrated instead of bringing a guy down. I did want to read quickly one positive quote out of that article because, like I said, there's some negative comments, but there's also positive comments to go along with each and every quarterback who's listed. An NFC assistant coach said he's got the ability to throw at all 3 levels, good on the ball out, quick passing game, can move around, tough as all get out. He'll take hits and just hop up, and it doesn't really faze him. That's impressive. There's obviously things he needs to improve on, just working progressions and things like that. So wanted to end on a positive note there with Shedeur Sanders because there are people, while people may not like him, there are people that do like his game that are a part of the 32 teams here.
I'll say this too, and I'm not throwing anything on Shedeur or saying how this could go, but let me say this. Don't underestimate the level of intelligence a young 20-year-old has, particularly who's been mentored by maybe one of the greatest of all time in Deion Sanders, his dad.
Yep.
So if you go into a team and you say, listen, this is not going to be a good spot for you, Shedeur, and Deion's telling you it's not going to be a good spot for you, you don't want to be drafted by that team. So you need to go in there and you need to do this in that interview, do that in that interview. You need to blow this interview.
That's true. There's also that part of it.
They are smart enough to do that, and they know exactly how. So if Shedeur Sanders went into this NFC team, whoever it may be, who's within striking distance of picking him, which is in the top 10 or wherever in the first round, a New Orleans team, like a New Orleans, a Giants team, most of the top 10 are AFC teams. Chicago, they're not going to pick a quarterback, but certainly Carolina, New Orleans, not Carolina either. So it's got to be a team like New Orleans. And if Deion goes in there and says, listen, you do not want to get picked by that team. I know things about him. I know the right, blah, 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 blah. He goes, you got to blow that interview. Certainly, the kid's smart enough to do that. So that all that stuff I said
There's
about teams going
smokes.
Yes,
you're right.
Because we've seen it. John Elway did it way back in the day. He said, I'm not playing for the Colts. I will not play for them. Archie Manning told the Chargers, do not draft my son. Your organization is a bad landing spot for any quarterback. Don't draft him. Bo Jackson said, listen, Tampa Bay, you can draft me if you want, but I won't play for you. You got nothing. And they did, and he did. Players are smart enough to do that, particularly special ones. You can't make any conclusions about Shedeur Sanders from this article. Nothing. It could be a smokescreen by the NFC assistant coach, and it could be Shedeur Sanders deliberately going in and messing up that interview. He knows he's going to get. I mean, come on, he's going to get drafted, and it's all about where you land. He's already making $5 million a year. He doesn't. You know, the first contract, his rookie contract's nothing. It's not important.
Mhm.
It's his second contract. And his second contract depends on where he lands tomorrow night.
And if he falls to a team that's talented, that may help a guy out.
At least, even if it's not talented, maybe he's hoping to get all the way to Pittsburgh at 21. He'll go play for Mike Tomlin.
Mm-hmm.
That guy wins 9 games every year.
That team has some pieces.
Right. So, you know, if Shedeur, and believe me, his dad was smart enough to do this, so I'm thinking his dad's helping him. Say, listen, calm down. You don't need to ace this. For instance, I'm just saying, this New Orleans interview, don't worry about it. Don't waste your time. For the Giants, I know that the Giants have done a lot of work on Shedeur. Maybe Deion said, don't do it. Don't do it. I don't like that. You know, I don't like the fit. You don't want to be in New York right out of the gate. It's too tough, or whatever reason. I would not put it past him to go in and take some of these interviews way more seriously and be way more engaged than other interviews. Abdul Carter only took 4. You can take 30. He took 4.
Mm-hmm.
These guys are smart enough to know where they want to land. And if you're a quarterback in the NFL, we all know half of it's you, half of it is where you land. It's really important. You find a spot. I don't know if Jaden Daniels is as good if he doesn't land in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot in this. And we've talked about it at length for weeks.
We're taking a quarterback.
Yeah, now we're getting to the point where people are getting desperate. They're putting out some stuff to try and sabotage players or do this or that. You're trying to get down to the nitty gritty, and all the work's kind of been done now. They know the guy, so they've got opinions, and nobody is a consensus ever. So whatever disagreements there are, whatever things they find out, I think it's really intriguing as to how much Shedeur Sanders knows exactly who that was that said that.
We will know what happens.
Because he planted it.
On Thursday night, we will know. We are hours away from this answer, whether he goes in the first round, where he goes in the first round, or if Sanders falls out of the first round. We got to take a break because when we return, second-year running back Ray Davis is joining the show next on One Bills Live, represented by Kaleida Health on Buffalo Bills Radio.
WGR Sports Radio 550
By Pfizer.
Diacom. WGR.
That's Steve Tasker, and we are now joined by second-year Bills running back Ray Davis. Ray, welcome to the show. You're back for off-season workouts. What's it like being back in this building with your guys?
Feels fun. No, first of all, thank you for having me. It feels fun to be able to see the guys and just have fun all over again and lift and then, go do things in terms of off the field, going to dinner, playing golf. Like, you're just developing that chemistry and that brotherhood. So it's definitely a good time because I was pretty bored in the off season.
And it's funny too, because now after tomorrow, you're no longer a rookie. I mean, you've been around a calendar year. The draft happens. Now does it sit differently?
I try to ask the guys, like, I'm a second year. They say, no, it doesn't count until you play your third game of your second season. I'm still technically a rookie in their eyes.
But you got 1 year of experience. Yeah, I get it. But it does feel, I think for most guys, because now after this draft, you will have seen everything there is to see for, all the milestones, the first OTAs, first minicamp. Now it's going to be, everything's going to be happening for the second time. And there's going to be guys who were just like you in the door. So it's going to be like, oh, okay, now I've seen it. It's like, oh, I get it, kind of thing, right?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's definitely being in the position I am now, than being in the position I was a year ago is, completely 360. When you don't know where you're going, you don't know where you're going to be, that the outcome is something where you're just like, somebody please draft me, somebody just give me that opportunity. And then now being in the position, it's time to get better now. I did everything I did year one. How do I take that step and become a better person and a better player year two?
Time to get better now. I remember we were like 2 weeks removed from the season, I was walking down the hallway and who do I see but Ray Davis already back in the building. I looked at you and I was like, why are you here? But Ray was here to continue to work and develop. And I think I said that says a lot about who you are as a player and a person. Why did you decide to come back so early and be in this building?
You know, it was an opportunity to get around the straight staff and get around the training staff and just put a plan together to see, okay, what are things we need to get better at, things that we are good at, and we can improve. And that was always the biggest thing when the season ended. You know, obviously take a little bit of time off, gather what happened, but at the same time, like, let's come in and let's start this journey now. Let's start putting in this work. So then when it's time to finish painting that picture before the season starts, we feel good, we feel comfortable, we can take that big, deep breath and just enjoy the season.
So you got this off season, and the first thing out of the box, you're going to be on this embedded. You have some cameras follow you. You're back to San Francisco, back home. Spent some time at your middle school. Had some. How was that experience? Letting the camera crew follow you around.
I loved it. I love being around the camera crew. Those three guys were amazing.
Oh yeah, they're the guys in the building all day. Yeah, it's not like they were strangers either, right? Yeah,
they were amazing. Just to have them with my family, have them just join my journey. You know, being a part of something that I grew up in my environment. So it was pretty cool to have them there. Pretty cool to have the cameras and the kids. It was the kids. Kids just loved it, and Josh came through answering the FaceTime. And I think that's what you live for. You live to see smiles on other kids' faces because they're seeing some of their idols and they're seeing where they could be in a couple years.
If you're watching on MSG right now, you're seeing the scenes from this embedded episode at school with Ray. Ray, as you recall the scenes from this episode and how the team followed you, what are you most excited to show Bills Mafia through this embedded episode?
Really just, you know, where I came from. Coming from San Francisco, coming from the inner city, you know, and just seeing the things that I went through, the trials and tribulations that I faced, but also seeing the people that was with me during that journey, right? You know, the saying, it takes a village to raise someone. And that's just entirely what my whole story is about. It took a lot of different faces, a lot of different people to help me be where I'm at today. And to see some of those people get camera time for them to express and tell their stories about what they saw when I was younger. I think that's the best part, is to go home and see people who haven't seen me in years, but was able to feel like they were a part of it because they helped me get to where I was at.
So it's funny too. You guys, you know, you get a chance to go back to your little community, and they know you play for the Buffalo Bills, and you play for Sean McDermott and Josh Allen. You're taking handoffs from Josh, catching passes. They all want to know what he's right. So it's become a thing. We saw Keon do it. Now you FaceTime Josh right on the spot, and guy picks up.
I was shocked. They were like, "Who's the most famous person on your phone?" I'm like, I'm pretty sure it might be Josh. And then I call him. I'm like, I don't think he'll answer. And then he answered. I was even shocked. But I was grateful. You know, Josh is such a great person. I think he shares the same thing that me and Keon. We want to put smiles on people's faces. And we know when they see somebody like that, it's definitely exciting.
Ray, looking back on your rookie season, I remember just reflecting on this season in the weeks after the 2024 season and mentioning that you had 6 total touchdowns in your rookie year. That's a productive season. And I know there's work to build on and you want to improve in certain categories, but looking back on what you did in that first year in the NFL, what were you happy about? What were you most surprised about?
For me, the season, it went well. You know, there were things I can continue to get better at. There was things that I felt that I did do well at. But I think the whole reason I had a successful season is really just my room. You know, entirely the team itself, but my room, being in a room with James and Ty and Frank. Those are guys who push me each and every day to become a better player. You know, it was a competitive room, but we also were, you know, teaching each other things that we didn't necessarily know about each other. You know, there's things that I wanted to get better at. There's things Ty wanted to get better at, James and Frank, right? We're always communicative. We're always saying, hey, you know, maybe you could do this, or in the game, maybe read it different. It was never no hatred towards each other. It was, I want to see you grow. I want to see you become the best player you can. So that throughout my whole rookie year was just guys telling me, take your time, enjoy your rookie year. There's going to be mistakes. You're not going to be perfect, but they're going to have some good moments that you're going to be proud of. And there were some moments I felt proud of.
And running back room is a little different than other spots because, like, on offensive line, you got 5 guys that are going to play, and they're going to play in their spot. And they left, you know, Osiris Torrance is going to be the right guard. He's going to be the right guard every play. You and Ty and James, you are interchangeable at the same spot. So you're all in. They'll call different plays for each of you, but you all play the exact same spot, and you spell each other, you comes off, you go on, you have a package of plays that are yours, he has a package of plays that are his, but you're playing the same position. And depending on what happens, I mean, you're all doing the exact same assignment. It's a different kind of room than the wide receiver room or the DB room or something like that. And explain just a little bit of the nuance of that, how you really do got to know each other.
Yeah, I mean, we all bring different styles and techniques to the game, right? You know, James is quick and is a slasher, and Ty's a bruiser, and, you know, I could be a bruiser and I could be a slasher too. So we all have 3 different elements to our game, but I think that's the good thing about it. You don't necessarily know what that next person is going to do. You know, you don't know if that person is going to take a toss. You know, this guy's going to be an inside zone, outside zone. You know, there's so many different combinations to all our games, and I think that's the great thing about being a running back is you can't just be one-dimensional, right? You have to be able to provide a different versatility that anybody else necessarily can, a receiver, quarterback, or lineman. You have to be able to do many different things. So for all of us to have different traits in our game and to go out there and just enjoy it and play our respective way and then be able to spell each other, you can't ask for no better running back by committee than you know, having James and Ty and myself.
Ray, I always say a rookie season is hard for players in so many different ways. You're learning an offense, you're learning a defense, but even more than that, you go through your final season in college football, then you train for the combine, then you hit the combine, then you're working out for teams ahead of the draft, you get drafted, and then you go through your rookie mini camp, OTAs, training camp, and then the NFL season. You really don't get a long break until you hit that first off season after your rookie year. How is it finally having an off season?
I hit the rookie wall 3 times. I'll be honest. I'll be the first to admit I hit the rookie wall 3 times. And like you said, it's just a long process. And it's an enjoyable process, but it's long. Going from bowl games to prepping for, you know, another bowl game, prepping for combine, prepping for all these different things and getting ready for the season. So it's the love of the game of knowing you're going to be able to keep playing football month after month after month, but then finally having that time off, you're able to spend time with family, give your body a rest. You don't want to give yourself too much time because then, you know, you feel like you're just a potato on a couch. Right? Stay active.
Yeah. So most people know that, you know, once the season's over, you come back and, you know, it's that fateful day of locker clean out and the season's over, whether you win it all or don't. But what happens also is they give you like an exit interview. They tell you, all right, Ray, here's what we think. And how did that go for you after your rookie year? I mean, you obviously, you know, you were probably welcomed the information, saying, what do you think I need to work on? What do you want me to do to get better? Because it helps you keep your job. Yeah. First of all, what was that like for you, and what they tell you about what your off season, what they wanted it to look like?
It was, you know, it's very transparent. You know, it's never wrong to take constructive criticism, and you know, there's things that I could have done well throughout the season and be consistent and you know, just continue to be that player that they wanted me to be each and every week, right? So the conversation really was just to come back and be ready. You know, my play could grow, my play cannot grow, and it's about being ready and having that ability where when it's your time, go out there and play your game and be yourself. That's kind of what I was saying is be you with us, right? Like be yourself, enjoy the moment, and however you play, however you bring the athletic ability to the team, we're going to be able to embrace it and try to get it out there and to the public, right? So my conversation was very transparent. I enjoyed it. I loved it. And, you know, I love Skip. I love Joe because those guys are very upfront and they know I could be a good player and they know the things I need to continue to get
Kelly
better
Skipper
at.
and Joe Brady.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're great guys. Ray, going back to the embedded episode and some scenes that we'll see tonight as it's released at 7:00, you are big with big brothers and big sisters. That is important to you. Can you explain why it's so important to you and what that organization means to you?
It's huge to me. When I was younger, I didn't necessarily live a kid's life. I went through some struggles, and when Big Brothers Big Sisters was put in my life and I was having the opportunity to be around Patrick Daly, which was my big at that time, I got to be a kid. I got to have fun. I got to do the things that an 8-year-old, 9 and 10-year-old should be doing at that age, right? Going to batting cages, arcade games, et cetera, et cetera. So understanding how big mentorship is and understanding that having someone there to provide comfort is monumental for a kid who's young, and even when you get to your teenage, right? You got to understand that sometimes it could be not someone who's your family member who's very supportive. It could be someone who just wants to see you grow, who has necessarily no strings attached to you, but they just want to see you become the person you need to become, right? So being part of the Big Brothers Big Sisters was so big to me, and I'm pushing it extremely out there, because to have people join Big Brothers Big Sisters, we need bigs. Bigs are so monumental to littles because they just see a consistent face, a consistent presence of someone who just wants to spend 2-3 hours with them. You know, it's not that hard to go and be there for somebody, because 10, 20 years later, me and Patrick didn't think I'd be in the NFL, right? We didn't think we'd have the ability to be spokesman for Big Brother Big Sisters. And I want to see that same journey, if not better, with another child and another big, right? Like someone could be a doctor, a lawyer. There are so many outcomes, not necessarily just being an NFL player. Like go and change someone's life and let them change your life. I got to give a speech at a wedding at 10. You know, like imagine that, right? Like I got to go on my first flight with someone who wasn't a family member. I got to just do things that I wish I was able to do with a family member at that time, but I was able to do with somebody who was a mentor who wanted to see me grow.
You said you got to give a speech at a wedding at 10. It's easy to see you are a natural in front of the microphone, and you have been at award ceremonies. You do a lot of stuff with Big Brothers Big Sisters. Do we see you being an analyst or an on-air personality in your future as you play in the NFL as well?
That's the goal. That's why I got that degree from Vanderbilt. I got the communication studies degree, and I've always wanted to do sports analysts. I always wanted to do sports commentating. I would love to work on ESPN someday, Sports Center. Right now, I'm starting slow. I want to be able to get a podcast out there. Just have people listening to just some free game, free advice. You know, whether it's about sports, what's about life, anything. Just being able to just kind of give my 2 cents and you know, paint out a blueprint of, in my eyes, how to become successful through adversity.
All right,
Ray, one more question for you before we let you go. Now that you're back in the building, there's a buzz about the players being back. We feel it when you guys are here, and there's so many familiar faces back in this building. Some new ones as well, which will be a great addition to this year's roster. Why are you excited about this upcoming season?
I'm excited because we got some guys who want to come in and compete, who want to win, and you know, who want to hoist a trophy at the end of the season, right? So when everybody has the same goal, has the same mindset, that's when you know, okay, we can be successful, right? And I think the guys that they added are huge pieces. The guys that we already have in this building are huge pieces. Now it's about just putting this painting together and making sure it's the best Picasso painting that anybody's ever seen, right? And then at the end of the day, you know, whatever the season entails is whatever it entails. But I think we got the right guys in the locker room, the right guys in this building, and the right staff.
Ray, you can come on the show anytime you want. Yeah. Hone your skills as a commentator. It's great seeing you. Congratulations, and it's good to have you back in the building.
Appreciate that.
Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
All right, that was Bills running back Ray Davis joining us on One Bills Live. Don't go anywhere because a lot more coming next on One Bills Live. We're presented by Clyde Health on Buffalo Bills Radio.
WGR Sports Radio 550 WGR.
We're back on One Bills Live. Maddie Glab and Steve Tasker. We just had Bills running back Ray Davis on with us, and he helped preview the exciting Bills Embedded episode that's going to be released tonight at 7 o'clock on Bills YouTube, BuffaloBills.com. You get to see Ray Davis back in his hometown, and it's not just Ray. You also get a behind-the-scenes look at some of our scouts going to pro days, what it looks like in the lead-up to the NFL draft. You also get to see some of the new free agents signing in this building, like Joshua Palmer, and guys re-signing, doing contract extensions like a Khalil Shakir and a Greg Rousseau. You also get a look at what Christian Benford's hometown looks like, as well as Spencer Brown. So it's a jam-packed episode full of some really good stuff that's going to come out tonight at 7 o'clock. We want to get back to Around the NFL because there's a couple of things we haven't talked about yet that are important to what's going on in the next couple months and in the next couple weeks. The Pro Football Hall of Fame game has been announced, Steve. Preseason football will kick off not in August this year, but in July. July 31st, to be exact. The Lions and Chargers will meet in Canton, Ohio to face each other on NBC. So pencil that in. That means schedule release is just a few weeks away. We get through the NFL draft, and then it's like a couple weeks later, we find out the schedule. So that's something to keep in the back of your minds as we know this preseason game in just a few weeks. We will know Buffalo's preseason games as well. Another item we have to talk about because it could affect what happens on draft weekend. Falcons general manager Terry Fontenot said that quarterback Kirk Cousins is in the building for the start of off-season workouts. Fontenot said the draft would provide more clarity on a potential trade, but it's not accurate that they've asked teams to pay upwards of $20 or more million of Cousins' salary for the deal. According to Diana Rossini of The Athletic, the Pittsburgh Steelers, Cleveland Browns, and Vikings could all look to trade for Cousins during the draft. Questions remain regarding Cousins' play after his 2024 campaign. In his first season with Atlanta, the quarterback led the NFL with 16 interceptions and had just 18 passing touchdowns in 14 games. The Falcons eventually moved on from Cousins to rookie Michael Penix Jr. down the stretch, and Penix will be the starter for the 2025 season. Cousins is going to be 37 before the start of the 2025 season and will be approaching his 14th NFL season. So something to follow here. Who knows if Cousins will be a part of the Falcons roster after we get through this draft?
Yeah, it is intriguing because what it basically means is, for those of you who don't follow this stuff, they're paying Kirk Cousins $27 million.
A lot of money.
And he's going to be a backup. Now, $27 million is a lot of money for us, but for NFL, it's good money, but not for a quarterback. It's mid-range. So the Falcons very well could keep Kirk Cousins around and let him back up. That it could possibly have. He's guaranteed the money. That's the problem. They can't cut him. So other teams, and Kirk Cousins, as we all know, he's a serviceable starting quarterback in the National Football League. He's not dynamic. He's not elite by any stretch, but he's not going to be bad. But by the same token, as you heard Matty just say, 18 TDs, 16 interceptions. It's not great. And he was never the elite quarterback, never has been the elite quarterback, and he's going into the year 14. So is he going to decline even further and not be a serviceable starting quarterback? That's the question. But there are teams desperate for it, right? He's going to play somewhere. He's either going to back somebody up in Atlanta or he's going to be on another team. And draft day is the most volatile time of the year for rosters. Even like final cutdown day isn't as volatile because now you've got really good players changing teams. Now Kirk Cousins is maybe not a really good player, but he's a good player and plays a position that you got to have. So this is really interesting. And we have not, and we talked about it yesterday, there's been zero movement in the first round this year, which is very unusual, leading up to the draft. I'm saying.
Yes.
On draft day, if Kirk Cousins is part of your little pile of poker chips over here, he might get pushed to the center of the table and put out there. So it's interesting to think about because Atlanta does have a guy, Mike Penix. They think, they're going to go with him. They're not going to draft a guy.
No.
So it's really intriguing how Kirk Cousins does this. And you talk about a guy who has been an absolute PhD, Rembrandt for the business of football, Kirk Cousins.
And is well liked by his teammates
Kirk
and
Cousins
the locker rooms he's been a part of.
Kirk Cousins has made a Mount Everest of money being just a guy at quarterback. Now, I'm not saying that as a disparaging remark. He hasn't ever been considered as any kind of MVP candidate. He got drafted after RG3. He was a fourth rounder. RG3 was a top pick in the draft. He hung in there, backed RG3 up, got his chance, and played passable football on a roster that was better than he was. Won some games, played through his 4-year deal with the Redskins, got franchised. So he pulled out a ton of money out of the franchise tag, made another franchise tag, did that, became a free agent, and then has been hitting home runs on the free agent market ever since for 14 years. So Kirk Cousins has hit a financial home run already in the National Football League, and he's going to get another $27 million this year, no matter who he plays for. The guy's been brilliant in the business end of the football. In fact, he's been better at that than he has been on the field. He's been pretty good on the field. So this is one of the issues in this draft, off the field and away from the draft prospects, that may force teams into a movement on the draft board. A guy like Kirk Cousins at that position, at this point of his career, where you got teams. And I think you're right, Maddie. The Steelers should be thinking about this with the Aaron Rodgers stuff and all of that. And what were the other teams? The Cleveland Browns. And he could go back to the Vikings.
Yeah.
This
is according to
because if he's going to back up somebody for $27 million, and like I said, $27 million is a lot of money for all of us, but it's just okay money. And if you've got a guy on a rookie deal at quarterback like Mike Penix Jr. or J.J. McCarthy in Minnesota, you're spending the same money as if they were reversed. Let him play. Let him go. You bring him back. The money is not the killer here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 14-year career of being just a good guy, not an elite guy. It's only for 1 year.
It's a really good backup option for a team that is not entirely sure about their starting quarterback.
Right. Plus, the quarterback that you're bringing him in, like if J.J. McCarthy all of a sudden says, I don't know, Kurt's pretty good. I don't know if I want him in to build. He's making $27 million. Somebody's going to say, well, wait a minute. If you're going to bring a $27 million quarterback in here, you're going to lean towards him and not me. That kind of stuff. Some feelings might get hurt. But I think that's, if you bring it back to Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy and Kirk Cousins know each other.
Mm-hmm.
So that's because they played together last year, 2 years ago. Or no, they didn't.
No, because JJ
was. Wow, they don't know. I fooled myself into thinking J.J. McCarthy and Cousins knew each other, but
nope.
McCarthy was a rookie last year. Cousins was already gone.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I got that put a little pebble into the calm waters of my mind. I've got ripples going
Mind
around.
blown.
My mind's kind of blown a little bit. Yeah, I don't know though. Cousins is not a threat to anybody. He's not a threat to anybody. He can play, can take some snaps, but he's going to be. He may be this guy, that 18 TD, 16 interception guy. He's never been elite, but he is an NFL quarterback.
He had that 13-4 season with the Vikings in 2022, where he had 29 touchdowns. His career high was 35 in 2020. Put together some numbers, but yeah.
I don't know. It's one of the most intriguing, like I said, it's one of the most intriguing stories away from the draft prospects on the rosters now that could force movement tomorrow.
Right.
Tomorrow. That's why we brought it up today. It's really interesting, and it's flying around. Kirk Cousins does move the needle for some teams. He wouldn't move the needle for a lot of them, but he does for enough of them.
Again, this is the closest we've gotten to the draft without any trades involving first-round picks since 1967. That's according to ESPN research. We're going to take a break because when we return, mock draft watch time. It's here. I'm revealing the favorite positions and favorite players mocked to the Bills at number 30. I've tracked more than 120. We're crunching the numbers next on the Bills Live. Don't go anywhere. We're presented by Clyde Health on Buffalo Bills Radio.
WGR Sports Radio 550. Sports Radio 550 WGR Buffalo. WKSE HD2 Niagara Falls, Buffalo. 98.5 FM.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
This is One Bills Live, presented by Kaleida Health.
Welcome to hour number 2 of One Bills Live on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm Maddie Glab, joined by Bills Wall of Famer Steve Tasker. Tomorrow is the 2025 NFL Draft. We have made it. The Bills will be on the clock with the 30th overall pick. We'll see if they stick and pick or if they decide to move up or move down. It'll be fascinating to see what they decide to do because Brandon Beane told media yesterday that he does not have 30 first-round grades on players. Does a player fall to them, or do they decide to move? That's the big question here as we sit less than 48 hours out from the NFL draft. We wanted to tell you guys about the mock draft watch that I have been doing since January. I have one more that's coming out tomorrow, mock draft watch 10.0, but we wanted to tally the numbers ahead of the final mock draft watch. So I've tracked more than 120. 124 is the exact number, Tasker. Started at the end of January, and we are still going strong. And with that, I keep an Excel spreadsheet so that we can track who are the favorite names, who are the favorite position groups, and even divide it up by month. So I wanted to run the list to you and see what you thought. So favorite players mocked to Buffalo at number 30. This should come to as no surprise to you guys, because I have talked about this over the last few months.
This guy has become part of the family, whether he wants to be or not. Which means probably there's no chance he's gone. He's gone by 30, but we'll see.
Last year, the favorite names were Adonai Mitchell and Brian Thomas Jr.
Right.
We did not draft either of those players.
Neither of them made it to us.
Keon Coleman was in the mix there, though, in the middle of the pack for guys who are getting mocked to Buffalo. But the favorite this season has been the defensive tackle out of Michigan, Kenneth Grant, being mocked to Buffalo 22 times out of the 124 that I've tracked. And then the list goes on. Number 2 is cornerback Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky. He was mocked to Buffalo 12 times. And then there's a tie for 3rd place and a tie for 5th place. Derek Harmon, the defensive tackle out of Oregon, and cornerback Trey Amos out of Ole Miss. They were both mocked to Buffalo 9 times. And then bringing up the rear, but not really, tied for 5th most, is defensive tackle Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss, safety Nick Eamon-Wari out of South Carolina, and cornerback Siobhan Revel out of East Carolina, all mocked to Buffalo 7 times. So those are the favorite names and how we've tracked them, looking at favorite players by month to see how that changed. Well, Kenneth Grant was the favorite player by month in 3 out of 4 months we've tracked mock drafts. Grant was the favorite in January, March, and April. The favorite in February is surprising to me. The favorite name being mocked to the Bills at 30th overall in February was a wide receiver, Matthew Golden out of Texas. He had his moment there with the Bills.
That's right. He was there for a minute. Yeah, that. And then at the bottom at this list, you've got a guy who's really been I've seen lately, Trey Amos, the corner out of Ole Miss. I think that's we've got a shot at that. Trey Amos might be there for the Bills, and if it's not Trey Amos, Maxwell Hairston could be there as well. But after we talk about all this and see how this goes, neither one of these guys, none of these guys, Kenneth Grant, Trey Amos, Maxwell Hairston, none of them may be on the board when we get there.
Kenneth Grant,
that's kind of the way it is.
Right. Kenneth Grant was the favorite in April, being mocked to Buffalo 7 times out of the 46 I tracked. But number 2, like you mentioned, was Trey Amos, being mocked to Buffalo 6 times in April out of the 46 tracked. Then you go over to position groups, because that's a big part of this conversation too, is who do the analysts and experts believe Buffalo is going to draft, regardless of the player, which position group is the favorite. And it was defensive line, being mocked to the Bills 46% of the time. Now, if you divvy that up in between defensive tackle and edge rusher, defensive tackle was the favorite 42 times out of the 124. That's 34%. But really close, 2nd place, cornerback mocked to Buffalo 41 times at 33%. And as you go down the list, edge rusher is next, 15 times, and then safety and wide receiver tied for
There's
13.
a lot in this, because if you leave that graphic up that we're looking at, defensive tackle and corner, those are, defensive tackle's a need, and so is corner. Plus, corner is a money spot. Edge rusher, the Bills already just extended, AJ Epinesa, Rousseau's under contract, Javon Solomon's still here. They got guys that can already line up. It's not a need. Safety, you can say, okay, we need it, but that's not a money spot for a first round selection, even if it is at number 30. Wide receiver is a money spot.
Mhm.
And even though the Bills have got a room full, and probably a more accomplished room full of wide receivers this year than they did last year when they set a franchise scoring record, wide receiver is still a money position that kind of gets kicked up the priority list, even for mock drafters. So the safety and the wide receiver, I still think safety is a much bigger need or want than wide receiver. But wide receiver is just flat out more important. So that's why they're mocked almost identical. It's really interesting about this defensive tackle cornerback. I mean, that's been last year was wide receiver. This year it's like defensive tackle corner. Let's see it. And then, they just signed a former All-Pro corner yesterday.
Yep.
Who knows the system and fits it.
So we'll see. There's mock drafts coming out today and tomorrow. So we'll see if that shifts anything, because a lot of these mock drafts were tracked before Trey White signed with Buffalo.
Mhm.
Now, news was out there unofficially that he was come to
Right.
Buffalo, but he had not signed yet. And the last thing I wanted to bring up before we get into some favorite names of mine is favorite positions by month. Who is the most popular positions heading to Buffalo at 30 by month? Defensive tackle owned the first 3 months of tracking these mock drafts. January, February, and March, defensive tackle was the most popular position group heading to Buffalo at number 30. But in April, here comes the cornerback position being mocked the most out of any other position group at 19 times compared to defensive tackle at 13 times out of the 46 tracked
That's
so
because
far.
of Bosa, Hoyt, and Ogunjobi, the signings that they
Mhm.
that they made. They did that in mid-March
Yep.
in free agency. So they got those guys under contract. So April, everybody's like, oh, well, they're not going to take a defensive tackle at all. Well, not so fast. So that's you can everything changed when you get these free agent signings and all of that, and then it kind of went back to the norm. Kenneth Grant was right back at the top of the list after 1 month off. It'll be really interesting to see where that guy lands. You guys kind of get to know the guy. Like Michael Thomas Jr., I thought,
Brian Thomas Jr.
He's going to be a Bill. Brian
Yeah.
Thomas Jr. He's going to be a Bill. We thought that for months last year. He's a Jacksonville Jack and played very well for them,
Yes.
which is why he didn't fall to the Bills.
Exactly.
Somebody knew it.
And we've seen Kenneth Grant going in the early 20s. So it'll just depend on how the board falls, how teams see these players. But now I want to reveal some of my favorite names
All right.
that could be available for Buffalo in the first round. Not saying at 30 they may have to move to go grab these guys. And then wanted to reveal some names who have become favorites of mine that will be available for Buffalo in the second and third round, because we've talked ad nauseum about these guys who could head to Buffalo in the first round. So I want to give some love to some names we might have not talked about as much. So in terms of guys that could come off the board at 30, or maybe a little bit earlier if Buffalo decides to move up in the draft, these are guys that I've really enjoyed watching and are on my list as favorites. The first, a defensive tackle, Derek Harmon out of Oregon. He's 6'4", 313 pounds, had 5 sacks last season. And Harmon is a physically gifted player who knows how to use his strength to cause chaos. He has strong hands to control people. Harmon engages to shed blocks and disrupts quarterbacks. Harmon is a run stopper, pops into lanes, and makes sure the play ends right there. His frame takes up a lot of space, which frees his edge rushers up to go get the quarterback. This is why I really like Derek Harmon as a defensive tackle, why he was at the top of my list.
And I'll say this too: Derek Harmon as a defensive tackle rushes the passer well,
Exactly.
and that's that I think he's a 3-down player. We talked to Brandon Beane said yesterday they kind of put their defensive linemen into buckets where there is a 3-down player, a 2.5-down player, and then a 2-down player. Derek Harmer is a 3-down player to me because he can rush the passer from
Exactly.
the inside,
Mhm.
and that would really help the Bills.
That's what Brandon Beane said, is the guys who are getting paid big time money at the defensive tackle position now are players who, yes, they can stop the run, but they're players who can act as a pass rusher and knock down the quarterback, finish the play. That is what's most important. And with Derek Harmon, you see the skill set to play at the defensive tackle position, but you also see the skill set for him to go rush the passer. Next up on the list, we'll stick with defensive line. An edge rusher, James Pierce out of Tennessee, 6'5", 245. Traits. He ran a 4.47 at the edge rusher position, had 7.5 sacks last season, first team all SEC. He combines a relentless effort with good speed to power to get home. Pierce has a good feel and instincts for the position. He can effectively get off blocks, works his way inside, and knows when to pause in pursuit as the play unfolds. Pierce's frame and length allows him to shed blockers and reach to finish tackles. He has rare traits and size and speed that turned into 19.5 sacks for him in his 3 years at Tennessee. The thing about Pierce is the bend is not necessarily there for him. He plays more upright at that position. So the question is, can you get a player who can add some strength to his frame at 245 pounds and learn how to bend to play a little bit more fluid at that position?
Right. He's got to be able to get around the corner and also hold up in the run game. He weighs less than 250 pounds, but as you said, he's long. He's got a lot of length and can get off the edge. The guy's really fast. So he runs a 7.45 at 250 pounds or just shy of it. He's going to be an immediate impact player, I think. But he may be only like a one-down player. Oh, and that'll be third down. But that's it. If you get him, and then you can get another, run stuffer up front. But if you can get a run stuffer, or whatever, so that you can put him in there on other downs, and he doesn't have to do so much in the run game, you might give that a shot. But that's the word on him, and I think he will be available for the Bills at 30. I think you got a chance of actually getting that guy.
And that's a player who the coaching staff has to believe. We like the traits here. We like what he offers, but we believe we can add to his toolbox.
Another thing.
You want to swap the rest of this?
With Shedeur Sanders.
All
You may
right.
sit down with him and look him in the eye and ask him some serious
I'm doing my
questions about his
toes.
life, about what his philosophy is, what he likes about football, what he doesn't like about football. If he impresses in that atmosphere, that could sell him to the Bills. If he's got the DNA that they talk about so much, that could be a real difference maker for him if he sits down and sells the Bills coaching staff on who and what he can be, not just who and what he is.
Let's round out the list of first-round players that are my favorites. 2 cornerbacks. I've spoken about this cornerback for about a month now, and a month ago, he was somebody who was flying off the board in the teens. Now recently has fallen in terms of his draft stock for a couple of reasons that I don't think are big reasons. In Peter Schrager's latest mock draft, he has Michigan cornerback Will Johnson falling to the 28th overall pick. If he falls, I would be pumped to see Buffalo move up and go get the cornerback. Why? Because he's tall. He's got some bulk to him. 6'2", 194 pounds. Had 2 interceptions last year at Michigan. Turned those 2 interceptions into touchdowns. Has 9 career interceptions. When you turn on the tape, Johnson has incredible instincts. Plays the position like he was born to play it. Johnson has a knack for finding the end zone when he picks the ball off. I look at him as a hunter who oozes with confidence. Everything looks easy for Johnson. An athletic, tall frame. Johnson can read and anticipate super effectively and can jump routes like a cheetah. That's the type of cornerback I want on my team when you're facing some of the best wide receivers in the NFL. This is a guy who I believe in time can line up with a wide receiver 1 and go knock the ball away.
Yeah, he's 6'2", almost 200 pounds. And like you said, Maddie, he plays a position like he was really, like it's his spot, like it's his wheelhouse. He sees it. He's confident. Now I don't know that he's not the guy that hasn't had some injury issues.
He didn't finish the season last
Right.
year. played in 6 games and missed some time with a foot injury. So that's one of the knocks on him,
Right.
and he did not run a 40.
That's why teams are hesitant about. I think that's the only reason they're hesitant about him, is because of that question of, can he hold up even at that size? Can he hold up at the position for a real pro career? And if you're going to pick a guy high like that, you want to have confidence he can get to a second contract and be productive for years to come. You don't want, that's kind of what you're hoping for. But if you get him, and even if he only plays 3 years for you, if he plays at that high a level, maybe you take that shot.
And then the final cornerback that I think could be available for Buffalo in the first round, or maybe early in the second round if they decide to trade out, is Ole Miss cornerback Trey Amos. I have really fallen in love with his tape. Another tall, big corner, 6'1", 195, ran a 4.43. This guy has speed. 3 interceptions last season, had his best season last year, all SEC first team. Physical, tall, and fast quarterback who can win against SEC wide receivers. Amos uses his size and strength to crowd receivers at the catch point. Amos has cat-like reflexes to get his hands on balls. Really good route recognition from him, which allows him to play fast and break up passes. Amos can play zone or press. Amos is more natural in zone, which he can let himself read and react, uses those instincts in zone coverage. I think in the NFL today, you need height, speed, and the willingness to not back down from a fight. That's needed at the cornerback position, and you get that with Trey Amos. Standing tall at 6'1" and 195 pounds, Amos has the physicality and instincts to get involved in a lot of plays. You're getting someone who I think can play in multiple positions in terms of zone and press, and I think he can grow in his fluidity at the next level.
Yeah, he is very tall and very fast. 2 pretty good traits for a corner. He does seem to have that, what you said, Maddie, that little competitive edge that he likes to. He's a little bit of a
not going to back down from it.
He's a spark guy. He likes the competition. He likes the one-on-one challenge, and he seems to have the right attitude to play that spot. So yeah, got a tall guy, 6'2", just under 200 pounds at 195, and he runs extremely well. So yeah, I like him as well. I would be really happy with Will Johnson or Trey Amos if the Bills got down to picking a corner at that spot.
And if the Bills decide to move out of the first round, if they believe their board is getting wiped and they just got to move out because Amos is off the board, Johnson's off the board, Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant, James Pierce, we got to get out of here because it's not worth it. Here are some names that I think would be great additions to Buffalo's roster. In the second and the third round is where these guys are projected. We'll start with cornerback first. There's a cornerback out of Notre Dame, Benjamin Morrison, who has some off-the-charts type of traits with the way he plays the position. 6'0", 193, so again, tall and big corner. I like tall and big corners for what they're going up against in the league. 9 career interceptions. Now, Morrison did miss the final 10 games of the season with a hip injury. He only played in 6. If Morrison finished out his entire last season, I think he would have been projected as a first-round cornerback because Morrison plays with strong hands and body control to get leverage on routes over a wide receiver, which turns into interceptions. Morrison does not give up on a play until it's over, especially on the deep routes. That's his specialty. Makes knocking those balls away look very easy. When Morrison is near the ball, he does a great job of going for it and has wide receiver-like hands. If you're watching on MSG right now, you can see it. Morrison provides sticky coverage, and he has an athletic frame, can run routes for these wide receivers, and I think is really good off coverage. It seems like the foundation is there for this corner with his ability to track balls and knock them down. You wonder about how that versatility can change at the next level. And he's shown that he can have seasons with great production. Morrison had 6 interceptions during his freshman year.
Yeah, and he uses good technique. Seems to be confident in what he does. He's one of those guys that I don't know. He even at the highest level, he played at Notre Dame, at the highest level, he's playing with a lot of confidence. Like
Mhm.
there's nobody out there that's gonna
Yeah.
he's not gonna rise to the challenge. It's a great attitude as part of that position's makeup, and that's why he's right. You're thinking about him in the late first to mid second round pick at corner. He plays like an elite corner at the college levels, and the question is, like you said, can he do it at the next level?
Mhm.
He's going to be good. How good can he be? You bring him to this building, I think he's going to maximize it because we've got that going. McDermott's got that going about the culture here. Guys thrive here. That might be the kind of guy that if you do trade out of the first round and he's still sitting there, it's like, he's going to be really good for us.
3 more guys that I quickly wanted to get to. We'll stick with Notre Dame because there's a safety out of Notre Dame, Xavier Watts, who plays the safety position with so much confidence. 6 feet, 204 pounds, 13 career interceptions. He won the Nagurski Trophy in 2023, which is awarded to the nation's top defender. Watts is a ball hawk, aggressive with the way that he flies to the football, no tiptoeing around. He plays with a lot of confidence. Watt plays with a super high IQ as well, has great instincts about him. He knows where to be and knows how to read and anticipate quarterbacks and wide receivers. That turns into interceptions, 13 total in his college career. Watt also offers versatility in the position with how rangy he can be, single high, split, and even lined up over the slot some during his college career. I think this guy offers you incredible instincts with production that are intoxicating. The versatility is there as well. And he was a 2-time All-American.
Yeah, the thing too, when he was playing at Notre Dame, you see him making a lot of tackles in the run game, not only up in the box, like coming up as a blitzer off the edge, but also coming up from the deep in the secondary, making plays at the line of scrimmage.
Magnet to the football.
Yeah, he finds it, which always gives you the idea, particularly when he comes from the secondary, that he sees it way before it happens. He recognizes it, and that he plays, between his ears, and that's what that safety spot is. So yeah, he's a really, really good safety prospect, and if the Bills get to the point where they're looking for a guy, and one of the wide receiver and the defensive end and the defensive tackle are gone, all that, safety this is a guy I think that would really compete to start day one for the Bills. He's got that kind of anticipation and athleticism.
Everybody has been talking about Shamar Stewart, the defensive lineman out of Texas A&M, who's projected to go somewhere in the first round, has these incredible traits, but only had 4.5 sacks in his collegiate career. There was a defensive lineman lining up next to him on Texas A&M's roster. He's a defensive tackle, Shamar Turner, 6'3", 290 pounds, had 10 sacks in his career. Second team All-SEC in 2023, and Turner is fun to watch. Has first step quickness and packs a lot of power in his punch. Turner has violent hands and a violent rip move with the way he gets off of his blocks. A high effort type of player who you want on your roster. He's going to find a way to get around blockers when a play is extended. Scratch, claw, bite type of effort shows up on tape. Turner also offers flexibility to a defense because he lined up all over Texas A&M's defensive front, but mostly played a 3-tech. These are the type of traits that you want out of a defensive tackle. Playing the defensive tackle position is hard to do. It's not easy. It hurts. But this is a guy who has the effort and the aggressiveness in his play style and offers you flexibility that I think could help at an NFL level with the way that the Bills rotate their defensive line.
Yeah, and exactly. I'd have a hard time getting this guy at number 30 because he's a little undersized for a defensive tackle. He's under 300 pounds. But depending on his versatility, how he handles the personal interviews, that kind of stuff, he's definitely a good enough athlete to play at the NFL level. Now, he may be a defensive end type in the pros.
He started there and he moved to the tackle position.
And if you find out, because you talk to the Texas A&M, and I haven't, but if you call the Texas A&M people and you say, why was he playing down inside? They say, because we needed him to. We didn't have any, but he was better than any of the bigger guys we had. He handled it. So that's different. If you move down because the team needs you to, that's awesome. If you move down because you can't play outside and you can only play inside, that's different. So there's different reasons why he wasn't playing maybe at the end. And if you can find that stuff out, it helps you evaluate him, because at 6'3", 290, he's built to play outside at this level. But man, he's an athlete, and I like what I see. And like he gets after the run just as much as he tries to rush the passer. He's really good at it. I'm thinking you're right. He's going to be a player that
It's like a 3rd round projection.
Yeah, he's going to be a player that's in the rotation and even make a handful of plays during the year.
One more. If
Okay.
290 pounds is too light for you at the defensive tackle position, let me offer you up this name, a defensive tackle out of Ohio State, Tyleik Williams, 6'3", 334 pounds, 11 and a half sacks in his career. Williams is a feisty defensive tackle who plays with a high motor. At 334 pounds, Williams has rare quickness to him that you see when he's chasing down quarterbacks. That quickness turns into power upon impact. Williams can shed blocks, clog up gaps with his frame. When he gets his hands on somebody, they are going to go down. He's good at stopping the run as well. I love the energy that you see out of Williams, and I love his ability to clog up gaps so you can allow a defensive tackle like Ed Oliver next to you to go rush the passer.
He has been linked to the Bills on a number of occasions because of the spot he plays. Ohio State played very well down inside. He's very big. He's a big dude, hard to move. And those guys always kind of have a spot, wherever they're going to be. And if the Bills draft this guy, you're going to see him on the field a ton for the Bills. I think he's just that kind of guy. He's going to be, he's, like you said, 3.5 bills almost. He's going to be on the field for an NFL team. And, he's 6'3", 330. And he's athletic enough. You watch him play, and he doesn't move. He moves better than a 330-pound guy. Yeah, he's a little bit of a run-first guy. So he might be a two down player for the Bills. But down the line, yeah, maybe even a pick 62.
I don't have anything for you.
At the end of the second round, where he's our 3rd pick. I could see that happening easily.
Yeah. So those are my favorites out of the 1st and the 2nd and 3rd round. Some guys who I've really enjoyed watching their film. It's been so fun to track all these mock drafts. 124 is what we end up with. There's going to be one more mock draft watch coming out tomorrow. But it's one of my favorite things to do in the off season. It keeps me busy, and I love falling in love with
this is over in
these
20
prospects.
minutes.
It's so fun to talk about their strengths, their physicality, what they can bring to the next level, and it's even cooler to see what they turn into once they become NFL players.
Yeah, and because they're gonna draft somebody. The Bills are gonna draft somebody.
Yeah.
And it's fun to think about all these guys and transpose them onto this roster. I said this a week ago. You and I were sitting here, and I said it again today around our campfire when all of us were talking. There's a hand. I don't want to be sacrilegious here or a heretic, because I like to draft as much as anybody. But there's a handful of teams like the Bills, Philadelphia, Kansas City, maybe even like teams like Detroit. There's a handful of teams. Baltimore, they could draft 0 guys, and they're still going to be there at the end.
Someone else.
If the Bills didn't draft a single player this year, Kansas City didn't draft a single player, if Kansas City didn't draft a single player, they're going to be there. You're going to have to deal with those guys in the playoffs and for the division title, all of that. There's a handful of teams like that. So
Why are you not taking the blame for it?
this draft is important. You'd like to get better and all that. The Bills are going to be good with or without these guys.
I'll remember for next time.
Just because of the way they're built right at the moment. Not all teams can say that. They need some help. They need some guys. New England, yes. Miami, yeah, sure. The Jets, okay. There's teams out there that really need to bolster their roster with some fresh, young guys. The Bills are really looking for the trimmings. they're looking for some guys who can you contribute for us? Because we were really good last year. We're going to score points. Can you help us keep the other team from scoring points? Can you, we're going to do this and that. And, JJ was like, we're just one little guy away. I said, no, we're not. We don't need anybody. That's why I said, we don't need anybody. We're good enough now. Forget all that stuff. We're good enough now. We just need
We got the sprinkles.
we just need a fourth down spot in Kansas City. It's what we really need. We don't need a player. We need them to get it right. So
Talk about it.
So yeah, I'm excited about this draft, and there's no question some of the guys in these 10 picks that we've got, whether we make 10 or not, there's going to be some guys that are going to have a lot of potential, and they're going to help this team stay good like they are. That's the fun part about this whole process, is trying to figure out, what Brandon Beane and the coaching and scouting staff have figured out about these guys and what they see and what they value. That's the fun part about it.
We got to take a break, but when we return, what's your ideal scenario for the Bills in the 2025 NFL Draft? Answering the phones next on One Bills Live. We're presented by Glad Health on Buffalo Bills Radio.
WGR Sports Radio 550.
Keep Hope NY.
As a business owner, it's important to keep your business connected. Spectrum Business is committed to keeping your business online, whenever, wherever you need us, all backed by the Spectrum
Solution killed 99.9%.
He also said he bought it in the 90s, 2010.
That's a good fit for your wrist. Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. What do we got?
Well, got a puppet, actually. I have Bongo.
Oh, boy.
Yes. Bongo the Chongo, which is Spanish for monkey.
Okay.
I got this here, which is a little sheet that shows what he retails for new. He's actually a professional puppet.
Okay.
I bought him 17 years ago from this company in California.
He's mine. He kidnapped me in Mexico.
So I figured, I'll try and see what I can get for him.
He goes around asking people if they want to see his monkey.
So so I figured, I'd bring him in here and
He's
see
a
what
naughty
he does.
little thing.
Oh, he is. He's a bad boy.
Hola, mi amor, te amo,
Oh,
te amo.
boy. Hey, Bongo, did you want to give Bobby J a big kiss?
Yes, let me kiss
No, he
you.
does
You
Give
got
Bobby J a big kiss. Awesome.
Do it, es muy bonito, Bobby.
Oh. Wow. Thank you, Bongo.
I figure $325 new now. He's about 16 or 17 years old. I think he's worth at least
Okay.
$175.
Put the moolah right here on the table, buddy.
Yeah. So you're right on with your pricing. Okay.
Okay.
How much you want for it? I mean, really?
Realistically, I came in saying I didn't want to leave with any less than like 1.25 for him.
It's just not there.
Why? What are you offering?
Here's the thing. Look around. I don't have many puppets here.
Right. That is true.
Oh, he's crying. He's upset.
Yeah.
Oh,
Look at what you
my
did.
God.
Look at what you did. Come on. Have a heart.
Yeah, he's devastated. I can tell. No, really, it's going to be under probably $50.
What?
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
Okay. Now I'm really.
That's an insult.
Okay, you're insulted, so am I. I'm not interested. I'm not saying that he's not cool.
Thank
I thought I'd
you,
give it a
Don.
whirl.
It was
Thank you
fun.
for your
It
time. I
was nice
appreciate it.
meeting you.
All right.
Okay, thank
See you
you.
guys.
You just got smacked by a
You
monkey.
like that?
All the way from the D cashing in, your boy.
How are you? What brings you guys in?
I'm here to sell my Marilyn Monroe stamps that I inherited from my grandma.
Very cool. I love Marilyn Monroe.
Me too.
Love
She's
her.
gorgeous.
Yes. Marilyn Monroe is my favorite. Us blonde bombshells, we need to stick together. Okay, so you have these, and then you have these ones here.
Yeah, there's 16 altogether.
Do you have any here that are misprint?
No, but this is the only one that I can find online.
Let me just tell you something about stamps. There are so many people out there that do this.
Yeah, I mean, you can't find them anywhere online.
That may be true, but I've got to be able to find the clientele that's interested in this, and I have to be able to.
Monroe.
And of course, how about the happy birthday dress when she sang to Mr. President for $1.26 million?
Right.
If you had that, we could talk. How much do you want for that?
I'd like to get probably $1,000.
How did you come up with that?
This one online is $100.
That's what you can buy it at.
Buy now.
The clientele out there for stamps is few and far between.
I could go to 8.
What's the lowest you'll go?
Meet me halfway at 1,000. Give me 5.
25 bucks?
No,
Rare is valuable.
exactly.
You know what? Thank you for sharing them.
Thank you very
because
much.
they are very cool. Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you
Thank
too.
you.
Nice meeting
Sorry we
you.
couldn't make a
No,
deal.
bring me the dress. Go get me the dress.
Have a good day.
Bye. Have a good one.
We're not cooking today. We're pawning.
Auction Company, can I help you?
Yes, this is Les Gold from American Joy in Detroit. How are you today?
Very good. My name is John.
Hi, John. So I'm looking up an old invoice dated October 20th of 2010. And I tried to look at your past auctions because there's some people that came to Detroit that want to sell us some of the inventory from that auction that they bought.
What was the item?
The items are some paintings, Moreau's, a Picasso. It says Torrey Hill hereby releases the following entire proceeds of private auction sale. It says including but not limited to gold and silver coins, released to Todd A. Hutchins, managing.
White out, third tight end. I see what you mean. You got Dawson Knox, you got Dalton Kincaid. Those two guys are. Knox is a little more gritty than Kincaid is, but the next guy's you want a different guy than that. I could see that. And I'd listen to it. I don't think you need to draft one unless there's one who's really, really good at it. You can get those guys in free agency and pay them about the same money. They're, I don't know. I don't want to simplify, but it's like they're a frustrated O lineman. They're that kind of tight end. So you can get those guys and they'll be out there. Yeah, I'm with you. At the top of the draft, get the guys that are genetically different because they're rare. They're rare.
And if the teams that we play against in the playoffs get the players who are genetically different, I'm going to be huffing and puffing.
Okay.
I know Brandon Beane is going to do a great job in this draft, and I can't wait to see who he decides is the right pick for Buffalo at number 30. But it's always when you see some gifted players go to teams you're going to play against, it's like, oh, man, that's going to be a hard matchup. Right. All right, let's go back to the phone lines to Rick in California. Hey, Rick.
Hey, Maddie. Hey, Steve. Thank you so much for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, so in my ideal scenario here, I'll be honest, I'm going to be highly disappointed if we take any offensive drafts tomorrow night. Reason I say that is we know that the offense is good, and that old saying is true. If it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Right now, we're good. We need desperate help on the defensive side of the ball. So in my ideal scenario is we need 2 edge rushers, we need 2 tackles, we need 2 safeties, we need 2 corners at least. Everything else could be depth pieces. I'm not too, worried about that. But anybody that we need for the offensive side of the ball at all, I believe Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott will know that come final cut day, we could have our pick of the litter around the league of who we think could help us right then and there on the offensive side of the ball should we need it. So that being said, if we don't concentrate everything tomorrow on the defensive side of the ball, then I think we're going to be having a more of an uphill battle as it comes to the depth pieces. So just take care of the line first and foremost. I hope they get 3 edges and 3 tackles, tell you the truth, in my opinion. That would be great. But I want all 10 picks, if we have all 10 picks, everything on the defensive side of the ball. And for offense, wait until the cut down day and then take your pick of the litter, whoever can help us for the best price. What do you got?
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's easy to.
That's what the
kinda-
mock drafters are saying.
Right, there
Defense,
you go,
defense,
go.
defense. So
I'm
you're
with
not
you.
wrong.
Yeah, nobody's going to complain. I think it'll be rare if that happens. Obviously, a lot of these don't do it because you get down to the bottom of the draft and it's got guys are sitting there. It's like we already got two of them or one of them. Let's not get another. But they've done it before. They took Kyrie Elam in the first, thinking he was going to be a really good player, and they took Christian Benford in the sixth. They'll do it, and they may take some of these defensive linemen in the fifth and sixth round as well, or wherever they are at the bottom of their picks. So that's perfectly a possibility. I don't think there's any question. You got to think that they're going to be leaning defense, particularly at the top. And I wouldn't surprise me if they got the first three picks, 30th, 56th, and 62nd, if indeed they do pick those. All three of those would be defenders.
Now, if there's just a wide receiver or an offensive position that's just hanging out there on their board that is above the rest by a lot, I could understand them deciding to go offense in the first round if they decide to stay there, because the Bills have positioned themselves to be in a spot where you can't best player available. The signing of Tre'Davious White yesterday, I think, allows them to really look at their board and see who is sticking out amongst the rest in the first round. We got to take a break, but when we return, closing up shop here on One Bills Live, we're presented by Clyde Health on Buffalo Bills Radio.
WGR Sports Radio 550.
As a business owner, it's important to keep your business connected. Spectrum Business is committed to keeping your business online whenever and wherever you need us, all backed by the Spectrum Commitment. Get fast, reliable internet starting at $40 per month when bundled, or level up your internet speed and get a 3-year price guarantee. Learn how Spectrum Business can help your business stay connected at spectrum.com/business. Restrictions apply. Services not available in all areas.
20% off sunglasses from Shadon Precision Eyewear. Hurry over to SeeBetterPlayBetter.com and use promo code SPRING. See better and play better with Shadon. That's SeeBetterPlayBetter.com. Promo code SPRING.
This season, let your shoes do the talking. Designer Shoe Warehouse is packed with fresh styles that speak to your whole vibe without saying a word. From cool sneakers that look good with everything, to easy sandals you'll want to wear on repeat, DSW has you covered. Find a shoe for every you from the brands you love, like Birkenstock, Nike, Adidas, New Balance, and more. Head to your DSW store or visit dsw.com today.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
winning,
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
but you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. People do all their shopping online.
It's Mike Shope.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
And the Bulldog.
Hey, guess what day it is? Oh, come on. I know you can hear me.
It's Mike Shope and the Bulldog.
Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
On WGR.
Hump day.
Sports Radio 550.
It is draft eve. How do you like how they space out the draft? Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday. Is that maybe perfect how they do it? Hump day, I just thought of this now because of the song. I'm thinking about it being Wednesday. You know, I kind of want the draft to be the end of the week, but it's not quite. I think it's good.
I have to say I do think it's good. I wish I could object and complain
Yeah, me
about
too.
them dragging it out and drawing us in for 3 days, but really, this is my normal draft arc. Is Thursday? Oh, there's hockey games, and so I'll start flipping to the draft before the draft starts. The hockey games. I think tomorrow there's a hockey game at 6:30, right? So you get some lead time on the draft. We're watching the hockey game. I'm into the hockey game. The draft is starting. I start flipping over, and there's still no picks. They're just talking. Let me go back to the hockey game. I got to check on the draft. And I end up just sitting there maybe for an hour before the drafting actually starts because I like the draft so much. I've realized over the years I've just succumbed to it, right? And then
Yes, that's the word.
And then that's it. That is a a 3 or 4 hour ride depending on where the Bills are picking. This year, if they stay at 30, it'll be 11:40, 11:45, somewhere in there. Is where that pick has come in the last few years. So, that's your haul. Friday, okay, work-wise, we're pouring over what they did, what's coming next. And then Friday night is like, same sort of thing, but it takes a little longer for me to get there. Like I'm not gonna watch any of the pre, but it starts earlier, I think. It starts right at 7, I think.
Tomorrow's 8.
Yeah. So, but out to dinner with friends, or like in this case, Friday night I'm going to a concert. I will not be like glued to the draft, but I really will want to know what the Bills are doing with their 56 and 62. Like those picks really matter. Saturday, best of intentions. I usually end up finding what they did all at once at like 8 o'clock. I'm not sitting in front of the TV, analyzing, hoping they get Mel's best available, at pick 148 or something. And it's like, all right, I'll read about all these dudes on Saturday night or Sunday morning when I'm having my coffee.
Last year,
that's my draft track.
Last year on the Saturday, I set out to watch the whole thing because there were a lot of running backs and receivers left, and I'm, at this point in my life, sort of like evolving backwards. I feel like now I'm now at 53. I'm at the point in my life where I'm just giddy for who's going where, and so I set out to watch Saturday. I went to a friend's house, and it didn't really take. Like I watched the 4th round, maybe, and I was done. I'm not going to. Right. Even me, I will not spend an entire Saturday.
Right.
I've never done that. I've never watched the whole Saturday.
I have done that when it was, Saturday was what, rounds 1 through 3,
All of it.
and then, or the whole thing was Saturday.
Oh, okay, no,
I
you're
think
right.
1 through 3, then Sunday would be 4 through 7, maybe, is how I remember it anyway. I don't think it was ever all one. Well, I think way back it might have all been one day, one shot, starting at like 11 a.m. or something.
It definitely was, although now I'm questioning myself after yesterday with the hockey thing.
Yeah, right.
But it definitely was. It would be on a Tuesday.
Yeah.
And it would be like a day where you pretend to be sick from school, right? Like, so you could watch the draft.
When it was Saturday at noon starting, right? Round 1 was noon Saturday. That was off that I've referenced this before. It's when I've liked the draft this much for long enough that it goes back to it being before it was Thursday and Friday. Saturday at noon, like I got stuff to do. I'm not going to be held hostage to this. I got yard cleaning the windows, lawn, whatever, and I end up in the house with a beer by 12:30, just staring at the TV. And I would watch most, all of round 1 into round 2 on a Saturday like that. And nobody, my wife always has given me a lot of room with
I'll see what they got for the Easter deals.
Definitely at or near the top of the sporting events list for it's actually work.
Yeah.
I have to use the work card.
Yeah. So I have burned Saturdays, but I was much younger when I did that. and it's been a while. It's been they pinned it down this morning. I heard a little bit of the morning show today, and they mentioned it like
If they even have anything
2015
left.
maybe is when this started, or maybe it goes back even farther than that. I don't remember, but the Thursday Friday thing is still relatively new.
I happened to be looking up the 2015 draft today. The only one I looked up happens to be 2015. It's not because I, heard that or knew that. It's
Well,
not
yeah, I'll
safe
get
for
some.
work. The Bills draft in 2015.
I'll find
do not
something
want
good.
to get caught having it on your screen at work.
Ghirardelli.
Well, there's no first round pick because of Watkins. Then it's Darby. Then it's John Miller. Someone named John Miller.
Oh, sure, offensive lineman, guard John Miller.
There's no fourth because of Watkins, I think, also. And then it's guys.